and the rain has dried. I know you're the person I want by my side. Scared to let my heart go free and dive in blind. 'Cause love and heartbreak, they walk a thin line. Yeah, nobody can love me like you, but that means you got the power to hurt me too. When I fall in deep, say you'll follow me, 'cause I really need to know that you'll stick around. When my walls come down, won't be faced by what's underneath. Yeah, you know I've been hurt, but I'm learning what love's like with you. Show me how far we can go. Say you'll follow me. Say you'll follow me. Say you'll follow me. Say you'll follow me. I have my reasons for taking it slow. 'Cause we all got demons, yeah, we all got ghosts. But every time I've broken down, you pick me up. Yeah, you put back all the pieces I thought that I'd lost. Yeah, nobody can love me like you, but that means you got the power to hurt me too. When I fall in deep, say you'll follow me, 'cause I really need to know that you'll stick around. When my walls come down, won't be faced by what's underneath. Yeah, you know I've been hurt, but I'm learning what love's like with you. Like with you, like with you, like with you. Oh, when I fall in deep, say you'll follow me. Show me how far we can go. Say you'll follow me. Say you'll follow me. Show me how far we can go. Say you'll follow me. 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 Say you'll follow me.
Signore e signori, buongiorno e un bentornati. L'EQF Equestrian Center prosegue la sua programmazione per quanto riguarda l'edizione 2023 del campionato d'Europa oggi Young Rider. Sono loro i grandi protagonisti e sono loro, tra giovani amazzoni e giovani cavalieri, che andranno ad affrontare quest'oggi il primo giro della loro team competition. Perché quest'oggi entreremo nel vivo di quella che è naturalmente tutto il percorso previsto appunto nella gara a squadre. 85 concorrenti che prenderanno il via nel percorso che Andrea Colombo ha ideato e realizzato per tutti loro. Dando un'occhiata alle caratteristiche del primo round della team competition, vediamo che la lunghezza prevista di quest'oggi è di 500 metri, il tempo massimo accordato di 75 secondi, la velocità prevista per questa gara è di 400 metri al minuto. Andremo alle ore 8, quindi poco meno di 5 minuti, ad accogliere in campo il primo Young Rider dell'edizione 2023 del campionato d'Europa di quest'oggi.
Well, here we are. Welcome back again for this day of the European Championship. It's time for the team competition for the young riders. 85 challengers today. This is the first round for the team competition, the second day for teams. This round has 75 seconds as time allowed, and we are about to start. Please leave the arena. We are about to start. We will have 2 breaks during this class.
È arrivato il momento di iniziare ufficialmente questa gara e Sky Morsinkov per l'Olanda in sella G Vingino Blu aprono insieme naturalmente il primo round della team competition del campionato d'Europa.
Well,
Young
good morning,
Rider
everybody, and a very
2023.
warm welcome. Delighted to have you with us here for the FEI Jumping European Championships. This for the juniors, young riders and children, and it is the young riders that we concentrate on this morning. Well, we're underway with the first out in this team day one, or the second of the competitions, but it's the first official team class. Sky Morsinkov and G Virginio Blue riding for the Netherlands. The course set with a time allowed here today of 75 seconds by Andrea Colombo. Looping back round. Going up this line towards the combination 10A, 10B, 10C. Sky, who starts today on a score of 1.03 in terms of her individual performances from that table C that took place here 2 days ago. And what a great way to start. Off and running for Sky Morsinkov there for the Netherlands as she starts off with a clear round. The Dutch who lie in 10th place on a score of 10.42 after the opening day of the speed competition. Of course, those converted scores, it sees Ireland in the lead at the moment, Belgium in second and France in third in the gold, silver and bronze. Top 5 teams separated by less than a single fence, so once you get outside the top 3 you can include Germany and Great Britain in that, but it's exceptionally close, all to play for as we move forward here and on to the second of our riders this morning. Vita Vesmirit riding Quintes for Lithuania. .91 was the score after the speed leg of the competition. Her debut here at the European Championships. Been jumping in some of the 3 Star Nations Cups this season. Just here as an individual, coming down towards these final line of fences, jumps that parallel to finish things off. And lovely round of jumping from Evita as well. So we're getting some great rounds of sport early doors here this morning.
Senza errori anche la prova da parte di Evita Wiesmerit con i colori della Lituania, anche per
Should be
loro
very happy
0.
with that clear round to start things off. So on we move, and it is to Germany's Magnus Schmidt next to go. Germany sitting in 4th place on a team score of 5.54. So within that margin of 4 of the lead. Ireland lead on 2.5 overnight. 4 was the individual score from Magnus Schmidt with Miss Baloo. Lovely looking wall, really like that with the sort of arches in the middle. Behind the tree we go. To this double for A and B. Triple bar sends them down to this combination. Ooh, got really deep into that. Well, that's a shame, because they were riding well.
Sale a 6 il risultato finale di Magnus Schmidt con Miss Baloo. Questo è il risultato ottenuto dal primo cavaliere tedesco.
So Magnus Schmidt,
With 2 for the time, 6 total falls.
2 on the clock and 4 for jumping, so 6 is the score.
Parliamo
for
della
Germany's
squadra
team.
della Polonia e parliamo di Juliana Sushka
So,
in sella a cascadeuse.
Of course, they used
First
the
of all,
best
for
3
Poland
out of the 5 rider
is,
scores from the opening day to create the team
Juliana
score
Suszka.
coming into the first round of the team here for the young riders. Today it is the team of 4, and then the best 3 from those 4 scores that will count towards the score today, and then the best 10 teams will go forward into the final round of team jumping over the next couple of days. Now, early fence down, sadly, as we get going here with Poland's Juliana Suszka riding Cascadeuse on an individual score of 3.45. Poland sitting in 13th place on a score of 16.64. Coming down towards this final fence at the end of this line.
Sale a 14 il risultato della gara.
It
Il
is
totale da
the 4
parte
there for
di
Juliana
Juliana
Suszka.
Suszka.
It's that early fence that goes down right back at the start for the first out for the Polish team.
Total 14 falls for Juliana Suszka.
14 is
La
the
squadra
final
della
score, because in
Svezia
fact
è
there's
rappresentata
time
da
involved there
Beata
as well,
Ermelin in
listening
sella
in.
ad Obsession Night.
And here is the first for
So Sweden
Beata
to
Hellman,
join us next, and this
Obsession Night.
is Beata Hellman riding Obsession Night. Swedish team rider, and Sweden sitting in 6th place, just over 4 penalties behind the leading team. Over the final fence, and as the music plays, the clear round records for the first out for Sweden there, and that was a lovely start from Beata Hellman, as Sweden will be really delighted to get off and running with that clear round. So what a great start for them. Of course, a lot can happen over the next couple of hours or so.
Adesso i colori della Francia ed è la volta di William Liger della Prado in sella Galilea.
Well, next to go, it is France's William Ligier de la Prade, and had a fabulous day in the individual start to find his way up into 7th place, equally individually on a score of 1.01. Starting out today, the France start today in the bronze medal position on a score of 4.59. It's William riding Galilee. Beautifully ridden down through that combination, really balanced. Really positive round of jumping here.
Quattro le penalità,
So,
l'unico errore da parte di Galilei, da parte del primo rappresentante
that's the first to go
della
for the French team.
William Liger della Prado.
After that great performance,
And for as the first result for France,
it is
William
for the
Ligier
score
de
for
la
William
Prade.
Ligier, and there with
E adesso i
Galilee.
colori del Belgio perché
So
Jules
that
van
will
der
leave his individual
Hooydonk
score on
in
to
sella
5.01, but
Van
next to
de
go
Biscop.
is Jules van Hooydonk riding
Here is
Minute
for
van der
Belgium,
Biscop.
the first in.
It is going to be the first of
Minute
Belgium's
van der
team that
Biscop
sit
is
as they start out today in the silver medal position. The team looking to defend the gold medal that they won 12 months ago in Spain.
4 le penalità ottenute nella gara di Mint van de
So the
Beest.
first to go for Belgium.
Un errore nel percorso di oggi.
And that was Jules van Hooydonk and Minute van der Bischkop also finishing on that score of 4.
Ottavo percorso di oggi, di questa mattina, nella prima gara Young Rider. Stiamo parlando di Petra Parenikova dalla Repubblica Ceca in sella Z.
Well, now it's the turn of the Czech Republic's Petra Panerikova, riding here with Zita, starting individually on a score of 2.32 as they come towards this opening fence. The team in 12th place on a score of 12.61. And an early fence going down as well, sadly the brick coming out of the wall. A nice level of control, just having to check a little bit coming across that line. Well, that has gone. The second to home. Little upright at the top there falls, so that is the first of the Czech Republic's team riders there, Petra Panerikova, and on a total of 8 as they finish things off. So that's the first to go for their young rider team. Now it's a chance for the first to go for the Spanish team that's sitting in 7th place, the Spanish team. 8.78 was the team score starting out today. Maya De La Hoya Fernandez Logrina and Casio 31. Into the triple bar we go. Well, they are finishing their round as the first out for Spain. But it shows that it's not easy out there. Maya De La Hoya Fernandez Logrina there started the day on 8.9 and picking up some time faults there as well to finish on a score of 15.
Che in questo momento, tra l'altro, nella situazione provvisoria mantiene la 10ª posizione di una classifica che ha visto anche la tabella CIR far parte dei risultati ottenuti della prima prova Young Rider. Parliamo di Olanda, dove adesso
Now this is
Fleur
Fleur Holman.
presenta
Fleur
Katak
riding
più
for the
O'Brien.
Dutch here with Katik de Hopriel.
Bella
Netherlands
prestazione di Sky Morsinghoff.
already with Sky Motorskov. Now though with Fleur Holman. And this
Fleur Oleman now.
the next to go for the
The Netherlands with
Netherlands.
Oldbrail riding as
riding as
individual.
an individual here today. Well, I hope they're okay. That is such a shame. See them fall at that end of the course line, but I'm glad that they are back up on their feet without any trouble. But nevertheless, what a shame for them. Of course, won't affect the team, as we know they are riding today as an individual, but nevertheless disappointing there for Fleur Holman and Katiu de Horebriel. So far we've had 3 clears around this course this morning. The first round of team jumping here for the FEI European Championships here in Gorla Minore in Italy.
È arrivato il momento di proseguire la gara.
Young riders in action this morning. We'll see the junior first round of the team competition a bit later on this afternoon.
Che si presenta in campo a titolo individuale è
Now,
Martina Simoni.
Italy. So the Italian team sitting in 9th place, and this is Martina Simoni. Starts today on a score of 16.72 from her individual perspective, and I believe is riding as an individual as well. So the first young riders for Italy, looking of course to impress on home soil, their home championships for this year's European youth titles. So they finish on the 4 as an individual there for Italy, and I think there's some time involved there as well. 16.72 was their starting score today. 3 for time as well. So it is a score of 7 there for Chagon E and Italy's
Neem
Martina
McVoy,
Simoni.
cella a
Now
Temple
to Ireland,
Patrick,
Neil
welcome
McAvoy,
Limerick.
the first
Stiamo
for
parlando
Ireland, who as
dell'Irlanda,
a team, of
che in
course,
questo
really
momento nella
performed here the
classifica
other day with some
provvisoria
fabulous rounds, and
detiene
Neil
la
McAvoy, who was
leadership
fifth
di questa
individually
gara.
on Temple Patrick,
And here is
welcome
the
Limerick,
first goal
Limerick
for
after
this
day
team,
one,
Ireland, with
0.77
running
was
in
a
front
score.
of first day,
And
Neil
Ireland, of
McAvoy,
course, in the gold medal
Temple
position as they
Patrick,
start
welcome
out
Limerick.
after the individual speed class the other day with the first round of the teams. 2.5, the leading team score as Ireland start off here with Temple Patrick, welcome Limerick, and Neil McAvoy. Wow, Ireland, well, they are in fabulous, fabulous form. And Neil McAvoy will be over the moon with how that's just started off for the Irish team, because Temple Patrick welcome Limerick is looking good. Not only from a team perspective, but as I said as well, she did so well, all the Irish riders up towards the top end of the order individually, and if they can sort of put the clears on the board today, it's not only going to keep Ireland in the gold, but it will also help their individual prospects as well. All the teams today need to find their way into the top 10 teams to get themselves as a team through to the final round of team jumping, where the medals will be decided. Now this is the turn of the next to go. It's Gilles Muller here for the Swiss. Switzerland, who sitting in 8th place, a team score of 9.64. Gilles himself on a score of 2.87 after the opening day. Finishing on the score of 4, Gilles Muller and Giovanna CB. So that's the first of the Swiss team, I believe. Gilles Muller there with Giovanna CB, moving his score of 2.87 individually onto a score of 6.87. Swiss team, by the way, were on a score of 9.64 starting out today. Now, Italy and Giacomo Cassadi are riding here with Chacrun PS for the home nation. And this will be the first of their team riders out on to the course as well. So an important moment for the Italians as they look to try and ensure they keep themselves in the battle for those medals and podium slots come the second round. Important to get into the second round, obviously, but then going from there. neatly down towards this final line. One more fence left to jump. Big leap over the last as the first to go. The team for Italy, Giacomo Casari and Chacun PS there. The first to go for the Italian team.
Esce fuori dal tempo massimo accordato.
Just one for the time, one time
Just the one time penalty. So they'll be pleased with that. It's a good start. It's a very good start indeed for the Italians. It's as close as you can get to a clear. And yes, it moves them on to a score of 1, but at the moment they will look to their next riders to continue with good showings as well. Now Denmark's Sophia Stud next is riding Holstein's Martina. The Danish team sitting at 11th place as they start today on a score of 11.85. And this is their first rider. Apologies, we've in fact got Hungary in the arena now. So this is Dora Bogner riding Cali top, and Hungary with their team in 15th place on a score of 22.66. And now looking to see if they can improve today on that position and perhaps get themselves into the top 10. Their first team rider then, Dora Bognar. Well, that was the first of the Hungarian riders. Dora Bognar, Cali top.
29 is the result for Cali top.
Next to go will be Denmark's Sophia Stud and Holstein's Martina. So moving on to the first of the team for Denmark.
Here is now for Denmark. First to go is
Denmark
Holstein
ready to
Martina.
go. And there's the bell to start things off for the Danish team, who will be hoping to find their way into the top 10, sat there in 11th place after day one. So they'll be one of those teams pushing to try and move up here today. Well, something you don't see very often is the front round of the triple bar going down, and unfortunately there for Sophia Stud it has. So, Sophia there with that front row coming off the triple bar, and there with
8 is the first result for Denmark, set by Holstein Martina.
Holstein's Martina there with Sophia having the fence down. Next to go will be Portugal. Portuguese first rider is riding here with Vasco Escurideo. And this is Mills Sheridan.
Portugal, first to go, Vasco Escudeiro, Mills Sheridan.
Portugal sitting, sadly for them, at the bottom of the table, but they only have a team of 3 riders, so all their scores have had to count so far and will of course continue to do so. 26.49 was the team score after day one. Well, I love those little water trays underneath that upright with the Italian flag. But I'm not sure that Vesco here will be quite as appreciative of that fence. Solid rail pole going down there for 4. Nicely done through the combination.
Due gli errori e il tempo sale a 9, il risultato di
So
Vasco
that was Vasco
Scudeiro.
Scudeiro.
And
9 is the score for them, as there's jumping and time involved.
Parliamo di un concorrente che partecipa quest'oggi a titolo individuale, Josipa
We move on
Kolekic
to
della
Croatia,
Croazia,
who will be
Ensela
riding then, I believe
Blau
it's just an
af de
individual Croatian. I'm sure they
Manuela.
didn't have, yeah, no, no team for the Croatians here in the Young Riders, I should say. And therefore, riding individually, it is Josip Kolcic riding here with Blow Up du Manuel. Starts individually on a score of 6.94. Oof, really caught the first part of the double, front and back. Down we come to the horse, just playing with his head a little bit, just keeping it calm, although I think that might have led to the middle part of the combination going down.
Le
So they
penalità,
finish
la
with the
chiusura
fence
da
down.
parte di Blau Up de Manuel, 4 gli errori.
16 is the score for Josip Kolcic and Blow Up du Manuel.
Ancora titolo individuale, parliamo del Belgio di Aaron Teiskens in sella Durricane.
Next to go, Belgium. And Alan Tikens. It's their individual rider. And this is Hurricane. So Belgium, we've seen their first team rider already today on a score of 4. That was Jules van Hooydonk. But Alan Tikens then, as the individual, goes next for Belgium, looking to try and keep his score to the 4.03 that he starts today on in the individual rankings. Nice jump over the water. Comes down to these. It's quite a skinny little fence that as well after the big wide stretch of the water. in front of the grandstand now. Strides down over that plank. Well, not to be in terms of the clear.
16 risultato finale, la chiusura e la prestazione di Hurricane.
16 is the total score for Aaron there, and for Belgium, but as we said, riding as an individual for their team. Now it is to Great Britain, their first rider, their best placed individual as well, Oliver Fletcher, who goes next. Oliver, who has a fabulous history at the Youth Europeans, both with individual and team medals as he's come through children's and junior categories, and now very much into the young riders he rides. Willem, the ride, the first of the British riders, Great Britain, who sit in 5th place, and they within 4 penalties of the leading team, Ireland. Oliver, as I say, on a score of 1.03, the best placed of the British individual riders as well. Across towards the water. Shortens up nicely over that little upright with the Italian trays. Round now to the triple bar, down to the combination. Three fences left. Quite forward. You'd hope he's okay in terms of the time allowed. Has he just had the last? He has, I think, just had the last. It's hard to see. And you can see perhaps that frustration that you can see on his face says exactly what we thought we saw. He was so close, and he looked so angry with himself. But nevertheless, it is one down, and it is a score of 4 there for Oliver Fletcher, and Willem to move his individual score on to 5.03. Of course, the British team will have, like the others, be able to discard one of their 4 scores today, but it's 4 to start. Now we move on, and this is Marie-Louise Kemp and Forever Blackjack. The next out rides then for Denmark, individually on a score of 5.94. And also their individual rider today. The first part of the combination down.
Risultato per Forever Blackjack.
It is another to pick up faults.
The result for Marie-Louise Kemp is
12 the score there for Marie-Louise Kemp.
Difende I propri colori del proprio team. Parliamo dell'Olanda. Liane Korevaar in sella Diamond for Peugeot.
Second to go for the Netherlands.
We move on to the Dutch as their next rider. We've already seen Skambanskov jump a clear for the team, which was a fabulous start for them. It is now Liane Korevaar. Starts today on a score individually at 2.03. And now the second out for the Dutch team. clear on day one. Inside the top 20 from an individual standpoint. So that
And the
8 is the score for the second of the Dutch team, but they have had that clear already, so they can hold on to that as a discard score for the moment for the Netherlands, as they will be hoping for top performances from their final 2 riders in their team. Now for Monaco, the next to go is Ingo Lopez de la Ossa Franco, and riding here with Jade. Starts individually on a score of 3.72 for the Monegasque rider. Monaco just with individual riders only here in the young riders. Round they come back to this triple bar, and then six strides down to that combination, 1 stride over the parallel, out over the upright. Five is the final score, with time involved as well there for Ingo Lopez de la Ossa Franco. So their score moving on to 8.72 from an individual standpoint. Next to go will be Germany. Germany, who as a team sitting in 4th place overnight, and their first team rider Magnus Schmidt scoring 6 here today. The team score starting today 5.54. And this then is their second team rider, Mick Harhorst, riding Karimo's Girl. Individual score of 5.70. That's the middle, and that, of course, for Germany will be a yet counting score as well. across the line for the second of the German team. Kanhorst there and Karimo's girl.
4-4 for
It
Clarimo's
is
girl,
that score of 4.
and 4 is the second result for
So
Germany.
that will count because they're holding a 6 as a discard already. So the team that were placed
Lena
in
Maruszak
4th already knowing they've got to add to their score, sadly. Now, Poland. And the Polish team, as we know, down in 13th, have already got a 14 that they're going to hope to keep as the discard score from today. It's, though, now the turn of Lena Maruszak riding Getulon van der Ritterveen. Individually 3.66. Poland looking for a run of good results now to perhaps find their way up into the top 10 to qualify for the final round of the team jumping. Well, not to be today, with the fences going down. They're getting caught out a little bit after the water as well. In the middle of the combination, get away with it, though, coming out of the combination. Well, as they cross the line, it's the second rider for Poland. Lena Maruszak on a total of 20 there, with Getulon van der Ritterveen. So the 14 will have to count from their earlier rider, and that 20 now will be held as a discard. Sweden go next, who sit in 6th place. They've had a fabulous start to the day with a clear round from their first rider, 7.35 the team score, keeping them just over 4 penalties behind the leading team. So very much at play here. Joel Torsten goes next for Sweden, second of the team riders, and on a score of 1.74. He had a good performance individually to finish in 15th place on day 1. The horse is Joker EK for Sweden and Joel Torstensen. I was going to say it's got good pace on this round, but then unfortunately it's the 2 fences that he knew he needed just to steady things up, but sadly just unable to find the stride, and then towards the end of the course it's getting more and more expensive here for the Swedish rider. So difficult moments towards the end of the course for Sweden second. It becomes a total of 16 there for Joel Torsten and Joker EK. So they will hold on to that as a discount score for the moment, and knowing that that clear from Pieter a little earlier is certainly proving to be very helpful. We're going to have 2 more before we take a short break, because there'll be the grading team in. The arena grading team will just run the Harrows round to level things off. Hungary going next, and the second of the Hungarian riders that we've seen today. This is the turn of Petr Takas now, and riding as an individual today for Hungary with Connor Pass. Combination hat-trick, sadly. It's a full house and 12 faults in the space of just a couple of strides. Had a difficult day on the opening day of competition. It hasn't got much easier, but they're certainly showing signs of improvement. But that was Hungary's individual, Petr Takas and Konopka. 22 is the final score. So they pick up a couple of time penalties there as well. So one more before we take that short pause. Finland's individual is Aurora Raskamar riding here with Canto Bruno. This individual score of 6.3 after day one and the opening leg of competition here for the FEI Jumping European Championships for the young riders. Certainly making them think this morning. This course so far with the 4 clear rounds, all coming quite early doors. And that, I think, behind the tree was a fence going down. I think that also has gone as well, the little blue plank at the top there. So fences have gone, and the score will rise, sadly, for Aurora Raskamar there as an individual for Finland.
And the result is 8.
It is the 8, and that goes on to their score of 6.30 from the opening day. So that was Aurora Raskamar for Finland. So that brings us to a pause in proceedings. We're a third of the way through the first round of team jumping here for the team and individuals for the Young Rider European Championships of 2023 here in Gorla, Minore. We will be back in 10 minutes' time with the next round of riders.
Andiamo a riprendere la seconda parte di questa gara e la riprendiamo con I colori della Francia.
Well, welcome back,
perché
everybody.
la Mazza
Delighted to
che ha
have you
fatto
with
il
us
suo
here
ingresso in
in
campo
Italy at the
quest'oggi
FEI
ha
Jumping European
ottenuto nella
Championships in
giornata
Gorla,
di
Minore.
martedì a titolo individuale
For
la
the
quarta
young riders,
posizione ai
juniors and children
vertici
here this week,
della
it is the young
classifica
riders
a
we're
titolo
focusing on with the
individuale
first
del
round of their
campionato
team
d'Europa Young
competition.
Rider. Alice
And
Lane in
we
sella
are,
d'Emerald
of course,
Sick.
looking at the team
And here we
perspective,
go
but
for
also
France.
keeping an
Second
eye
to
as
go
well
for France
on their
is
individual
Alice Lane,
results, because
number
individuals
6,
continue the
number
individual
4
scores to
in the
accumulate
first
over
competition
the course
for
of each and every
young
round.
riders.
But starting
For
out
France,
today,
Alice
Ireland,
Lane.
Belgium, France was the gold, silver and bronze after the performances of the teams in that opening speed leg, although the top 5 teams in the competition, so you can include Germany and Great Britain in that, were all separated by less than 4 penalties, so less than a fence, so very, very tight. Too early to predict quite how it'll look going into the final round in the next day or so of team jumping, but you need to be in the top 10 teams to make your way into that, and that of course is where the medals will be awarded. So very important rounds ahead. Now Alice Lani for France, and France of course sitting there in the bronze medal position. Alice, who was 4th individually as well on day one, with a really important round now for both her and the team with this ride, Emerald Seat. Down to this combination. Upright, parallel, upright. Ooh, and that fence has gone. That is an expensive fence. Certainly from an individual standpoint. So it is just the 4, Alice Lane and Emerald Seat, as they finish their round off to move on to a score of 4.75 from an individual standpoint. But it also means that France, who have now had 2 of their team riders go here today, will have to use one of their 4 full scores. So both William and Alice on 4. It'll move the team on to 8.59 as a team total. So this is Belgium. Mathieu Bourdieu now. Belgium sitting in the silver medal position, looking to defend their title here this year. And already their first rider, Jules van Hoorink, on a score of 4. So in a similar position to what we were just talking about with France, needing a clear round here to keep that 4 penalty score off their scorecard. From an individual perspective, Mathieu, who scored 1.58, having finished in 14th position in the Table C, the speed leg. And that back rail, though, is the fence that goes. Add to that, the middle of the combination. Back rail coming down in there as well. Certainly not proved to be easy, this course. Just the 4 clear rounds so far. Out of the 30 that have gone, just the 4 clears then so far, because it is those fences that go down. Mathieu there for Belgium.
Second result for Belgium is 8.
And it is that score of 8, which will be held at the moment as a discard score. But it means Belgium having to count the 4, moves them onto a team score of 7.09. Now it'll be Slovenia. Adran Kiamberkic riding here with Quinton 17. Individual score of 3.11. And competing as an individual here this week. Really attacking that triple bar, and then sits up, sits back. Just couldn't quite get the control they needed down, unfortunately running on a little bit too much all the way through the combination. And then the fence that follows as well. It's getting a little bit untidy towards the end of that round. So I think that was the last falling as well, perhaps, as in the distance there. So that was Andres and Quinton 17. So that was for Slovenia, riding, as I say, as an individual. The team not here this week, but still individual honours at stake for all of the riders involved.
24, risultato finale da parte di Quinton.
24 the result.
So they finish on a score of 24 to move their individual total on to 27.11. So that was for Quinton 17. Next to go is Oliver Bisrak, riding here for the Czech Republic with Centulago, the team, the Czech team, in 12th place after the opening day. They have already had their first rider score 8 this morning. And their team score starting today, 12.61. Oliver was one of the discard scores, though, on an individual score of 10.13 after the speed leg. Round still hard to come by. Couple of fences now down. Well, sadly for them, unable to manage the clear, so those fences down for the Czech team, which means they'll have to count the 8 from Petra that we saw a little earlier. Oliver Pisarik there and Centulago riding for the Czech Republic, finishing on a total of 12, and that now becomes the discard score. They're onto a team total of 20.61. Next to go, Sweden, and Felix Schwitzer, who individually scored 3.24 on the opening day. The Swedish team, as we know, is sitting in 6th place. And Philip, who rides as the individual on a leader Nike for the Swedish team. Having a little look up at the grandstand there. Everybody trying to hide in the shade. It's certainly getting warm here today. So this individual for Sweden, Felix Schwitzer, and a leader Nike, starting out on 3.24. It's a shame because they were going very well up until this point, but just getting caught out coming out of the combination. Attacks the final fence as well to land through the finish for Sweden there as an individual. To finish on a score, I believe, of 4 for Felix Schwitzer there and the night. So it is just the 4, moves him on to a score of 7.24 from an individual standpoint for Sweden. Next to go will be for Spain. And this is Miguel Oribe Garcia riding Fix de Melnier. A score of 8.64. Going to be the second of the riders out for Spain.
Miguel Onrubia Garcia.
Early fence going down. Loops back round to the trees. Going down now to the water. Which I think, it's hard to tell from here, but I think they may have put a foot in the water. So, Miguel for Spain, and Fix de Melnier there, Miguel Oribe Garcia. Finishes on a total of 15 as well. So 2 15s for the Spanish team so far that started the day in 7th place on a score of 8.78. So unfortunately for Spain, at the moment, it looks like that score is going to increase quite substantially, but we will see. Next to go, it is Ireland. Ireland, who started the day in the best possible place in the gold medal slot, and they started well with Niamh McAvoy's clear. Now a really key round for the team and from an individual standpoint, because it is Rhys Williams. He second individually in the silver medal slot from the individual standpoint on Playboy JTZ on a score of 0.68. So a crucial round here to perhaps keep Ireland very much in command of this championship, but also from the perspective of his own individual hopes of a medal as well. There's a lot of jumping from the individual standpoint still to go, but it is that consistency day in, day out that gets rewarded with the podium medals from an individual. And now here for the team, the Irish, who went so very well on the opening day. Lands to finish the round, and that Rhys Williams as he jumps the clear with Playboy JTZ. It is a tremendous start for the Irish team, and that very worst keeps him in the silver medal slot from an individual standpoint. It could yet be more. We will find out, of course, when we see Tristan Guisson a little later in the draw. But that a brilliant round, because clear rounds have been hard to come by. It's only the 5th clear of this round of jumping, the first round of the Nations Cup here for the FEI European Championships for the young riders, this team round 1. Well, next to go, it is the Swiss and Thibaut Geller. And Thibaut riding here with this horse called Happy Girl T. The Swiss, who started their day with a score of 4 from their first rider. Now looking for another score to maybe be clear really would help them. They started the day down in 8th place, so they want to make sure they stay inside the top 10, able to move up and at least secure a place in that final round of the team jumping. Didn't look to do much wrong there, but unfortunately still found it hard to get out of that combination. Just a bit quick to the plank. Horse just pulling a little bit towards the end of the course. Jumps the final fence, lands and finishes. So Thibaut Keller and Happy Girl T there for Switzerland. 12 is the final score.
So for Switzerland, the 2 results are 4 and 12.
4 and 12 means the 12 is held as a discard and the 4 now counts. So moves that team on to a score of 13.64. Now, an important round for the Italians that have started strongly with their score of 1 fault, just with a single time penalty for Giacomo Carsiri a little earlier on. A team who was sat in 9th coming into today on a score of 9.74. Now with Alicia Cameri riding Calandro Z. Individually, a score of 5.5 from the opening day. And has the opportunity here to really set the Italians up to move up the order here on home soil at these European Championships. Got away with a little bit of a rub in the middle of the combination as well. That pole just rolled up slightly. It stayed where they needed it to. Coming down towards the final fence for the Italian team rider. And jumps the clear. It's a very good start to the day for Italy. Certainly in a very strong position to be moving forward in this team competition here today. The Italian team then with that clear round from Alicia Cameri. And they're causing great excitement from our Italian colleagues, which you can more than understand. It's wonderful to see. What a really proud moment for that young jockey with a Calandro Z. So Italy with a single time penalty and clear so far. So with 2 riders still to go, putting themselves in a very strong position. Now it is Hungary's Liech Sestrini riding Hamor as the next to come forward. And Hungary, the team sitting down in 15th, needing a good round here to rid themselves of the 29 that was their first score of the day from Dora Bognar, and they can then use that as a discard. The team score overnight 22.66, and as I say, in 15th slot Hungary. Individually, Leah on a score of 6.70. And as you see, that fence goes down, and with there being such a big score that they're holding onto as a discard, the fences are going to count. As well that one too. Little tap coming out of the combination. Just getting a bit quick, flattened out slightly over that parallel 3 from home. Now just taking a little bit steadier towards the last and gets a much better jump over that to finish the round off. Thinny there and Hamel as the second of the team riders for Hungary.
16 total votes.
So 16 it is as a score, and 16 that'll count there for the team.
Per la Danimarca invece abbiamo in campo il secondo rappresentante del team.
6 clears overall we know. Now we move on to another of the riders for Denmark. It's the turn of Minister Pritsen riding here with Vincel, and put in a brilliant performance the other day. She finished in 17th in the individual class here, the speed class, the first leg, 1.93 her individual score. So again, a key round from that standpoint, and also now for Denmark as a team, sitting in 11th place starting out today, just 1 place off going forward and into the second round of the team jumping as well over the next day or so, but needs to get a good round on the board, as they've already had 8 from Sophia Stud. That was unfortunate. She'll do well to recover here. Not the place to have a little buck and a kick coming down to the combination. Just that loss of balance, sadly, catching her out. She hadn't done much wrong. Well, they're not able to bring the clear. It is going to be just the 4 though for Mai. Sture Pedersen there for Denmark. So they will have to count that. It moves the team on to 15.85 as a team total. Oh, we're going to turn our attention now to the next to go for Germany. And this will be Marie Flick. And this is their individual rider on a score of 11.51, riding 07.
Running as individual Marie Flick, 0.
Oh, that falls above the trays, the little red pole. Jumped the combination nicely. So they finish with the fence falling. Remind you, they are jumping as an individual for Germany, though won't be part of the team score, but it is a score of 8 there for Marie Flick and 07. Portugal are up next. And this will be Diego. Diego Portela Mendez riding here with Di Valentino C. Portugal with just the 3 riders in competition here this week, which meant they did have a team, but it also meant all the scores from the team have had to count. And already Vasco picking up a score of 9 this morning. Portugal at the foot of the table starting out today. Been a fence that's just caught one or two out after the water, and in fact was unable to sort of regather themselves enough, so suddenly it becomes two in a row. Well, that score going up now with the combination falling too. Getting very fast towards the last, but does manage to jump that. So that was Portugal's second rider, Diego Portela Menendez there, and Diavalentino C.
24 is the result for Di Valentino C and Diogo Mendes.
So 24 the score there for Portugal. And as we said, because it is just a team of three, it is a counting score. Now Norway next to go. Norway with us next, and Brigitte de Milmere. Norway, another team of just three riders competing here in Italy. So again, in that position of all scores having to count. They start today in 14th place as a team on a score of 19.27. Brigitte, who is on a score individually of 4.81, the best placed of the Norwegian riders. Over the final fence for a nice big jump there for Brigitte Milmere there, riding for Norway. And that clear round is a brilliant round because clears have been hard to come by in this competition so far. It's only the 7th clear, shows a huge amount of skill. So, very strong round of jumping. So Norway will be over the moon with that, as will Brigitte. With that team of three relying on all the scores from each of the riders, you cannot ask for more. Well, next to go, it is the second of the team riders for Great Britain. This is Nicole Lockett-Anderson. Nicole following the round of Oliver Fletcher. Oliver, who had that full score. The British team started today in 5th place on a score of 6.41. It did mean that they were, well, still currently are, within 4 penalties of the leading team. But now needing a big round from Nicole to perhaps keep that 4 penalty score from Oliver Fletcher as a discard score. If they could get that clear, it certainly would strengthen their chances of being in the medal positions going forward into the second round of the team competition. Riding here on Shatando. Nicole, who had a really unfortunate, surprising stop in the table C the other day, but it's nothing that she hasn't been able to put behind her, because today she jumps and jumps very, very well indeed. She delivers the clear for Great Britain. Nicole Lockett-Anderson going clear, and that keeps Great Britain on their starting score today at 6.41 after 2 riders have gone. So she'll be delighted. It's a brilliant round for the British team, and keeps her on that individual score of 8.36. But it's certainly a big round for the team. With 2 riders now gone, they can keep the 4 as the discard for the moment. Still to come, Claudia Moore and Alexander McLean in that team. Well, we move across to the Dutch now, to the Netherlands, the Mans Dyson. And on a score of 7.4 individually. And again now, key round of jumping in terms of how the score develops for the Dutch. They have a clear and an 8 so far from Sky and Liana. Sky Monoskov, Liana Koravar. Their team total, which saw them in 10th place starting out today, 10.42. But now here with this round, Mans Dyson and Joviality. Oof, got very lucky there with a little bit of a tap. Really well ridden down and through that combination. He had to make sure he had the control, and the balance was absolutely where he needed it. But that wasn't what he needed as the plank goes down towards the back end of the track. And that will count towards the team score for the Dutch there as he crosses the line. Mans Dyson and Joviality then finishing their round off, and it's also a time penalty there as well, so a total of 5. So that, as a score of 5, will count towards the team total, and it moves the Dutch now onto a score of 15.42. Well, the next to go, it's going to be Linus Hanselmann riding next up here. This is the ride for Switzerland. It is Ibiza, Swiss team, who sat in, in 8th place starting today, but they're now really in need of a big round of jumping here. In fact, I take that to also just notice Linus Hanselmann's actually down as the individual rider for the Swiss team, despite actually only being on a score of 5.46, which was one of their better rounds the other day. But as competing as an individual. Also getting caught by the plank. Certainly had several riders catch it over the course of this round of jumping. So Linus there, Hanselmann finishing on that score of 4 as a individual here for Switzerland. So that moves this score to 5.32.
Penalità e un 4 sono i 2 risultati dei primi 2 rappresentanti della squadra della Germania. Il terzo rappresentante parte adesso.
So next to go, Germany. Now Johanna Beckmann, who was in 6th place from an individual standpoint after the table C, the speed round the other day. She's on a very good score. of 0.82, so it's a really important round from an individual standpoint, but also for a team standpoint now, because Germany, who have not had the easiest start to the day with a 6 and a 4 from their opening 2 riders, would really need or could really do with a clear now to be delivered from this young rider. Jana Beckman for Germany here with Chinook 8. Coming down to the water. Ooh, big splash in that. Well, they finished their round, as we can see there, for Germany. That was Jana Beckman finishing, I believe, on the 4 with Chinook. It is just the 4, but 4 it is. We saw that splash in the water, and that means that the German score now will have to count that 4. It moves them onto a total today of 8, which will put them onto 13.54 across the 2 days of jumping so far. As I've said in the past with Nations Cup classes, though, it is a little bit like snakes and ladders. You can be going one way and then suddenly it can all turn around. You never know. With a whole other day of jumping still to come as well. There's so much that could still occur. Now this is the turn of Natalia Kubik riding for Poland. Individually scored 14.43. Natalia, who's riding Zini Blue, and coming down towards the water here. One of the Polish riders. There's a team of 4, only the 4. This was the discard rider from the other day, but at the moment they've got this 14 and 20. It's been a really tough start to the day for the Polish riders, and making life difficult for them to get into the top 10 to go forward to that second round. Well, they finish with those fences falling, and difficult day for Poland, as I was saying, and not getting any easier with that round. Easy from Natalia Kubik on a score of 21 here today for Poland. So they're having to count 14, so they're already having to count 34 today on top of the 16 that they picked up on day 1. Now Sweden. This is again a fascinating round for the Swedish, who started today in 6th place on a score of 7.35. They've had a clear in the 16 so far. Kesaboya now, Linkor Luidam. Yeah, scored 5.91 the other day, but that was the discarded score. But today they need a big round, because Sweden have the chance to really move up, perhaps quite significantly. But they need a clear round here to really help that cause. They certainly need to keep that 16 off their scorecard. So it is the 4. As Kesselbroy there for Sweden with Lidam
As a result for
finishing on the 4. So that will count, and it does move the team on to a total of 11.35, but still keeping them in the ballpark. They at the moment keep that 16 away from their scores, so they've got a clear at a 4 that they're counting towards their score today, with one rider still to go. Now from Sweden to France, Charlotte Sluis is the next to go. France, who now have their individual rider for the day. This is LB Zornelli II. And all of the French riders went very, very well here the other day. And Charlotte, on a score of 4.8, was the worst placed of them. But as I say, only 4.8. I mean, she kept herself right up there. And we'll want to be doing the same again now. Unfortunately, that double has gone. I have to say they did well in a couple of places there just to recover themselves, but still, unfortunately, picking up faults. So that was riding as an individual for France. That was Charlotte Schlosser riding LB Zanel, the second. 13 is the final score as they pick up time as well. We'll see how the French team scores evolve in a moment, because they got the next of the French riders coming after the next of the Spanish riders, and it's Spain next. And this will be Mario Pena Sanchez.
From Spain is Mario Peña Sanchez.
This is the individual for Spain. It is Neptunus van Buchenbroek Z. Part of the double going down, putting 4 scored so far, make that 8. As they just get a little bit too tight after the water, they just running on a little bit there. Round they come into this tricky line from the triple bar down to the combination. Good position, sat up nicely, really set the horse up well for that line. Not the first, though, to have been caught by that parallel after coming down towards the last. Not riding as an individual, so won't affect the team score in any way, but that was Mario Pena Sanchez.
12 total votes for
It's a total
Mario
of
Sanchez
12.
for Spain, and here is the
Next to go for France, Ramatu Aragado here as a team rider for France. GFE Excalibur de la Tour Vidal, as I was saying, France, who have 2 riders on 4 so far. So really in need of a clear round as well to just try and keep the pressure perhaps on the Irish. The French, who started the day in the bronze medal position after the performance in the speed leg. That also going down ensures now that France will have to count the 2-4s they have already. And we'll move them onto a score today of 12.59.
Sono 2 gli errori più il tempo sale a 10. Il risultato da parte di Ramatu
for
e
France,
il risultato della terza
Argado there,
rappresentante della squadra
riding for the
francese.
French team.
So the third result for France is 10.
And a couple of time penalties to add in to put that score to 10, so that they'll hold as a discard. And as I say, it moves the team total to 12.59 as it currently stands. Ireland very much at the moment in control, with the 2 clears delivered already and staying on their 2.5 that they started the day on. Now, though, it is Romania as an individual, Stefani Stokia-Schumann. And this is Kara Vidi Saglhova Z.
Sono 4 gli errori, sale a 19 perché c'è anche il
So
fuori
that,
tempo
as an individual
da parte
for
di
Romania, started the day on
Stefania
7.08 with
Stoika-Schumann.
Stefania Stocker-Schumann.
19 is the final result
18 there for Kara
Stefania
van der
Stoika.
Strelhove Z.
19 total falls.
So
3
we
for the
move on
time.
with our next to go, being for Austria.
E adesso invece
This will be
Marie-Christine
Marie-Christine
Sebesta
Starabasta.
dall'Austria monterà Gaffney.
Also riding then as an individual. Oh, the wall, which has really caused very little issue going down for Marie here with Gaffney. little tap of the cap as they finish off and give their horse a pat. That was Marie-Christine Sylvester and Gaffney there, riding as an individual for Austria. So they pick up the 12 and that to the 11.35 they already had from the individual standpoint. 3 to go before we have another pause in proceedings, and Belgium will be the first of those 3. It's going to be Leon Bruschet next to go. Leon, who starts today an individual score of 1.51 after putting in a strong performance to be 13th in the individual standings after the speed leg. Belgium, though, have had a tough start and now needing a big round as well, because they started the day in the silver medal position on a score of 3.09. They know already they have to add 4 to that because they're holding on to an 8 as a discard as it stands. But it means that any fences now become quite expensive for the team. Belgium trying to defend the title from 12 months ago. Well, lands over the final fence as Belgium's third rider in the team. Leon Bruchter there and Collignon Tor Vidal, and it is a clear. So brilliantly done to deliver just what Belgium needed here. So that as well from an individual standpoint, a fabulous result as well, as it keeps him on that 1.51 score. But Belgium will be over the moon because they can keep the 8 off their books at the moment, and they've got 1 rider left to go. A little later will be the individual leader as well, so they've got strength to come. Now it's going to be the turn of the Czech Republic's Natalie Korokarova riding here with Oliver Odeveld, and the Czech Republic, who have an 8 and a 12 so far. Down they come towards the end of the track. And they're across the line for the Czech Republic's Natalie Korokarova. So that was Oliver.
9 total votes for Natalie Kovarova.
9 there for Oliver Odeveld.
And now we have the last to go before the break.
So one more before this break.
For Spain.
Per la Spagna, Alex Codina Leria in sella Jarno.
It is Spain next to go, and Spain's Alex Codina Leria. Spain have had a really tough start to the day. They've got 2 scores of 15 so far, and now their next team rider, 2.31 though. It was a very good outing, very good round the other day for the Spanish rider. Certainly the best 2 of the Spanish riders as the final 2 to come out in the team. Alex, who was 20th in that individual ranked class the other day. So they finish off for the Spanish team there, Alex Coutinho Liera there and Jano. 8 faults being the score, and that is an 8 that they will have to count as well, unfortunately. So also from an individual perspective, moving him on to 10.31. So we take a pause. We are 2/3 of the way through, and we let the arena team in to do their work before we return to the action here for the FEI European Championships here in Gorla Minore for the young riders.
Andiamo a riprendere l'ultima parte dedicata al campionato d'Europa Young Rider per quanto riguarda
Welcome
gli
back,
ultimi percorsi di
and great to have
quest'oggi
you with us
nell'Equinox
here,
Arena.
wherever you're tuning in from around the
Adesso
world. It
andiamo a
is an absolute
seguire
honour to
l'Irlanda.
be here with you to enjoy the FEI European Championships in Gorla, Minore for 2023. For the Young Riders, Juniors and Children, Young Riders is our focus right now. I will say the juniors, though, come into focus a little later this afternoon, 3 o'clock. We're underway with the opening round of the team jumping for them. But it is the opening round of the team jumping here for the Young Riders. Fascinating competition unfolding. And at the moment, there is still a lot to play for. But Ireland, who started the day in the gold medal slot following that table C, the speed leg, are looking strong so far with 2 clears and still 2 riders to go. And here is the first of those 2 riders. It's Seamus Hughes Kennedy, who is rider number 3 for Ireland, and also in a very good position from a individual standpoint, 16th in the individual order after the speed leg on a score of 1.83. But it's Ireland's 2.5 that could be confirmed. They could finish where they started here this morning if they can get a clear from either Seamus or from their final rider, Max Watchman, who will come a little later. And at the moment, it looks good here for ESI Rocky and Seamus Hughes Kennedy. Coming down towards what is the last. And what a way to start. Ireland in absolute dominant fashion here this morning. And Seamus Hughes Kennedy delivers for the Irish team, and of course a brilliant result for him individually as well. So that is a fabulous round of jumping, and it means that Ireland will stay on that 2.5. They're going to give themselves a good, strong advantage going into the second round of the team jumping in the next day or so. Seamus there on a marker 1.83 will stick where he started as well. But it means the Irish riders are all going to be moving up into contention for individual medals as well. You've got to remember Rhys Williams is sat in the silver medal slot individually, with still the overnight leader yet to come. But now Geraldine Sturman for the Swiss here with Castelor. 2.33 was the individual mark for her. The Swiss team overnight were in the top 10, sitting there in 8th place, although today with a 4 and a 12, and they know they have to count the 4. They're holding that 12 as the discard. And that counts. Just barely tapped it, barely touched it, but it still goes down.
Sono 2 gli errori commessi.
That fence did fall, as we know, for the team rider there for the Swiss team. Castelor and Geraldine Sturman finishing on a total of 8, and the 8 faults there means it's 12 today. And overall with an extra 9.64 added into that, it's a marker 21.64 at the moment for the Swiss team. Now Italy, they're having a fabulous day with their opening rounds. They, on a team score overnight of 9.74, they were sat in 9th place, but they've only had a 1 fault score from Giacomo Cassari, a clear round from Alicia Kirmeri. Now the turn of Filippo Jordan Pagan Grisso riding Ola de Sol. And this as well could bring Italy up the leaderboard from 9th. They could certainly be now in a position to move up into that second round. But they do need still a good round here to push that over the line. That unfortunately goes down in the middle of the combination. They're in a position still to hold on to a full fault score as a discard at the moment. But it just adds a little bit more pressure to their last rider, their best individual as well, Giulia Mattoli.
Due gli errori, 8 le penalità ottenute
So
da
Filippo
Filippo
Jordan
Pagan
Pagan Cristo there
Griso.
for Italy.
8 faults.
Total of 8,
Mauro Del Sole,
and those 8 at the moment held as a discard
Adesso
for the
invece con i
Italian
colori
team.
dell'Austria David Moser,
So
it's la chicca
on we
blu.
go to the Austrian team. I say the Austrian team because Austria's riders here as individuals. The two we have. And David Moser riding Chica Blue 2, scored 6.6 in the speed leg. Well, problems with the combination adding to the score. So that, as an individual, David Moser and Chica Blue 2 for Austria.
12 faults for David Moser.
Total of 12.
Chica Blue, 12 total faults.
Next to go will
Anna Simiska
be
for
Hungary,
the next is
and
Amanda
this is
B.
going to be Anna Simiska, Hungary, with their team struggling a little bit today with the scores so far. They've got a 16, they've got a count of 29 they're holding as a discard. Now Anna, their third rider, out. I'm not sure they didn't have the last down front rail. I think may or may not have gone.
8 total faults for Anna Simiska and Amanda B. The third result for Hungary is 8 votes.
So it is the 8 for that last fence did go down for Anderson Skat there, and Hamanta B.
For Denmark
Well,
now.
we know for Hungary that
Presenting them,
will
we have
have to
Emily
count as well here today.
Christensen.
So 8 that score for the team. Now for Denmark, who started the day at 11th, have an 8 and a 4, so the 8 is the discard at the moment. The team overnight 11.85, so 15.85 currently. Emily Mosgaard Christensen is the next to go. That's the third of the team riders here with Stuttgart's Enzo. Well, across the line for Emily Mosgaard Christensen and Enzo.
1 for the time, 5 total
1 on the clock, as well as the jumping penalties there to bring him home on a score of 5 for Emily Mosgaard Christensen. So that for Denmark does count, and that moves the team on to a total of 20.85 for the overall team score. Portugal and Luis Rota Orostrio on a individual round of 8.85 from the other day. This is Yasmin Darmida. Portugal, as we said earlier, is a team of 3 riders with all their scores having to count, so has left them at the foot of the table, sadly. Despite the fences going down, it's a much improved round. So that was the last of the riders for Portugal. Luis Rotero there and riding with Yasmina Hamida. So just finishing with that one fence falling for the final score. And the best of the Portuguese riders by far. Well, next to go is Norway. The Norwegian team, who are in a very interesting position because they are also just a team of 3. So all their scores have to count. They started the day in 14th place on 19.27. But a clear round was delivered from their first rider to keep it like that. Now it's Hannah Cecily Wiklund riding Fadamos, who scored 8.46 from the speed leg. The pressure therefore on, but every chance Norway could move up, and if they could find their way into the top 10, they would then have a chance. Oh dear, no, that perhaps is a step too far after that refusal. was going to say, though, they were looking like they could maybe get up in to the top 3, or sorry, the top 10, and maybe get through, but we'll see how that all pans out. So back underway. First part of the combination falls as well, though. And of course, time penalties are likely to come their way. So they finish after that stop and rebuild. They do pick up time penalties. 27 is the combined score of jumping and time there for the Norwegian partnership, and we know that counts. Next to go, Great Britain, their third rider. An important round from Claudia Moore, who had jumped very, very well in the speed leg, the individual leg here to start things off 2 days ago, where she put herself inside the top 20, 19th individually, but it is a team that are trying to move up from 5th place as they started out today. They have a 4 from Oliver Fletcher, a clear round from Nicole Lockhart Anderson, who not only was clear but was quick as well with her round. But now Claudia, who has been a part of medal-winning pony championship team, she's of course had an individual pony medal recently on the junior teams, and now stepping into the young riders for the first time. This horse is Hard Esther. Been a good partner to her at these championships over the recent years. This is a really key round for her individually, and of course for the British team as well. Really nicely done through the combination, but this final line has proved tricky to plenty. Gets over the plank. Just be careful to the last. She's gone for that final fence and jumped it. So Claudia Moore and Hard Esther goes clear for Great Britain, and that's a fabulous round for the team. It gives them their second clear. Claudia will stay as well on that individual score of 2.13, but it means the British team could yet finish where they started today on 6.41. If they can do that, we know that Ireland are going to finish where they started. Ireland in the gold medal slot starting today. The British team looking now like they are the only team that could yet go into the final day within reach of a fence, with less than 1 fence between Ireland and them. It isn't there yet because they need the clear now, the British team, from Alexander and McLean as their last to go. But we'll see how that all pans out. It's just all coming to the boil, and it's going to make that second round awfully exciting in the next day or so. Meanwhile, it's the Netherlands now. The Dutch trying to make sure they are inside the top 10 to go forward to the final round of jumping, and that will make life a little bit more difficult because their final rider here is Irish Michelle's riding Isaac, and with that stop and rebuild, they were holding an 8 as a discard. They've had to use the 5 already. Their team total at risk of just going up still further. But it's certainly been a day where the teams have been scoring, with the exception of Ireland, because there's only been 11 clears. With that clear we just saw from Claudia Moore today, 11 clears out of, what have we jumped, 65. 3 of those clears have come from Ireland. 2 of those clears from Great Britain out of the 11 we've had so far. So it shows you how the scores really have been shuffling around a little bit throughout the course of the day. One of those clears as well, we should mention, was from the Netherlands, from Sky Morenskov. Well, the other thing we should note as well from that round we saw just a short while ago from Claudia Moore, not only was it clear for the British team, but there is obviously individual prize money on offer within this particular round of jumping. The fastest individual at the moment is Claudia Moore. The McAvoy and Nicole Lockett-Anderson, so 2 British riders, certainly showing their speed here today. Now, that making life difficult for the Dutch team. Nevertheless, we will confirm their score in a moment or two.
The
But
final result for the Netherlands today is 13, 23.42.
yeah, it is that score of 13 that they have to use today, so it's 23.42 as a total across the 2 days of jumping. Now Germany, and this is Leah Sophia Gutz and Germany, who started the day in 4th place, now with their final rider. But they currently, knowing that they've got to use 2 4 full rounds, so they definitely going to score 8 today. They're holding a 6 as a discard. Leah, who was also very much in contention for individual honours and sat in the bronze medal position on that score of 0.72. The plank has gone though, and that, as I said, will have an impact not only for Germany, but it'll have an impact on the individual positions. So an expensive fence for the final rider out for the German team. Here's the 4 for Leah Sophia Gut and Cantrera 2. So the team today scoring 12 and 17.54 becomes the German total.
Now representing Poland, Maximilian Parkitny.
So it means that we have 2 confirmed scores. 1 for Germany, well, 1 for Ireland, 2.5. We know that that is the case. And now Germany, 17.54. And you look at that difference in a day when they started only 3 marks or 3 penalties apart, and then suddenly the gap widening by a score of 12 there today. So it really has opened up. Now this on course is Poland's Maximilian Parkinti, riding here with Ferrari K, and riding then for Poland. Polish team out of contention with some big scores, sadly, from their first 3 riders. So they finish, and that is the final rider for the Polish team. So that round coming from Maximilian Pacanti there and Ferrari K.
6 votes for Ferrari K and
So they finish on that total of 6, but of course that means they move their score for today up to 40, and it makes a total of 56.64 for the team across the 2 days. Now we have our next to go. It's going to be Ireland, and this is going to be the round from Kieran Nallen, who is their individual rider. Kieran riding 50 Shades of Grey on a score of 6.84 individually. And the Irish team, as we know, who've delivered those 3 clear rounds so far. Lovely round so far through that combination. Just coming, I think they've caught that back rail. Kieran Allen and 50 Shades of Grey there for Ireland, but riding as the individual rider here for Ireland.
Kieran Nallen, 1 for the time for 50 Shades of Grey, and 9 is his result.
Total of 9 moves their score on to 15.84. Now we have a rider here for Sweden, and Sweden, their rider here is Matilda Bolin. Now Sweden, as we know, were looking to put the pressure on the teams above them, and they still have that opportunity to do so because they currently are on a score of 11.35 as a best potential outcome, which moves them, for instance, ahead of Germany, but they're holding a 16 as a discard. So if the fences fall here, the scores are going to count against and move that total up. So Sweden very much in a position to climb the board, but needing a really, really big round from Matilda Bolin here, who individually is on a mark of 2.37. She'll want to keep that close as well to the individual honours. Clear rounds have been so tough to find. One more fence to go. Lands over the last. Is the time okay though? Matilda Bolin is clear, and that is a brilliant round to anchor down the team from Sweden. They just pick up the 4 today. It moves them on to 11.35 as a total. They can hold the 16 as the discard, and that will move them ahead of Germany. So brilliantly done. And 11.35. Just having a look at that in a minute. It's kept them within 2 fences of the gold. So really, really well done. And that could yet see them sitting in the bronze medal position come the end of today, depending on what happens with a later round. Not for sure. They might be in the top 4, but it's going to be very interesting what happens when Belgium come. But now it is France, and this is another really important round because this is Jules Ossolini riding here with Charlotte. And France, with 2 4s, they know they've got to count today. They're holding a 10 as a discard as their final rider starts out here. So that 4.59 for the bronze medal team coming into this first round of the Nations Cup. It's already gone to 12.59, which has dropped them behind Sweden. But that is only the case if this round is clear, because they're holding on to a 10 as a discard score at the moment. Pressure round when you get to the anchor riders, the final riders in the team. Lands down and over the last. As Jules Olosini there jumps the clear and delivers for France exactly what they needed. So they stay in contact with the top, but it is an 8 scored today. It is 12.59 as an overall total, I believe. So Jules Olosini there. So that is confirmed, but it does mean that Sweden, who started the day in 6th, have moved above France, who started the day in 3rd, and that's the swing. Now we have perhaps the most important round here for Belgium and for the competition so far, because this is Tristan Guisson and Naturel Van Het Lilienhoff-Z, the individual leader, the gold medalist in terms of individuals after round 1 in the speed leg. Of course, as well, if he can deliver a clear, it will keep him on that 0 penalty score from an individual standpoint, and it would ensure Belgium only score 4 today to move them on to a score of 7.09, and would ensure they stay as a team in the medals going forward into the second round. Needs to be so careful here. The blanker's gone, and that changes things. It's just fighting a little bit towards the end as well. So it isn't the score for the overnight leader. The individual leader has the fence. So it is 8 today, which makes a total then of, what have we got there, 11.09 as a overall score for Belgium, which means they do stay ahead of Sweden on 11.35. I mean, couldn't be much closer, but for the moment keeps them in medal positions. So they currently sitting in the silver medal position of those teams on completed scores, but they have dropped back behind Ireland still further. Sara Vinoklova now with How Easy, of course, riding for the Czech Republic, who need some further scores to bolster their chances. Well, that, as we know, was for the Czech Republic. That was Sara Vinokur over there with How Easy as their final team rider. They were holding a 12 as a discard, counting an 8 and a 9.
12 faults for How Easy and Sara Vinokur.
I believe that to be the 4 faults there. So that score for the Czech Republic for today.
Annie Jeppe, Cold Boy, Finland.
I think that's 21 for today. And then the 12.61 from the other day. So we've got a total there of what, 33.61. Now, this is Annie Jeppe riding for Finland as an individual with Call Boy. Individual score 10.88. I'm not sure that fence behind the tree didn't just go as well. That certainly has gone. Finishing their round off, as we know, as an individual only there for Finland, Annie Jeppe and Call Boy.
The result for
16 was
Jeppe.
their score.
Cold Boy.
Now we move on to Spain, as the Spanish team now looking to complete their day, and what has started inside the top 10, they were there in 7th place, 8.78, but we know their score has suffered with some difficult rounds of jumping so far here today. They're holding on to a 15 as a discard, so their current best potential outcome is 31.78. And this is Diego Ramos Minero, who of course was the best placed of the Spanish riders individually, so it's a really big round as well for them. From the individual standpoint, we've seen changes there, including of course Tristan Guisson having the fence. Rhys Williams has moved up into the gold medal slot for Ireland. And certainly dominating the young rider category, but Spain with a very good chance here to make sure they stay in contention for individual medals and perhaps scrape through if something happens into the top 10, although that's becoming increasingly difficult for them. Gets over the plank, comes down to the last. Through the finish we go. It is the 4 scored for Diego Ramos Minero, and that counts towards the Spanish score as well. So
And in
27 for today.
for Spain.
And that added to the 8.78 from the other day.
Tra l'altro va a presentarsi con 3 bellissimi percorsi
I believe
netti,
that moves them
1-0
on, what's that,
sicuro per la squadra irlandese
35.78,
che
I
rimane ai
think, if my maths is
vertici,
correct.
e adesso è Max Watchman in sella Quintini. Martedì 11esima
Next we
la
go.
posizione a
It's the
titolo
final
individuale
team
della
rider
C.
for Ireland, And this is Max Watchman. Max, of course, knowing the team have already, in one respect, taken the pressure off from a team standpoint. But Max, who another brilliant performer individually, was 11th individually the other day, knows that he has a good, strong opportunity to stay in the medal hunt there alongside his teammates, who are also going to be very much in the individual medal hunt, no more than Race Williams, who's leading. But Max here with Quintini, 1.05, his individual score. And now, wouldn't it be nice for the Irish team to show the confidence they have with 4 clears? 3 of them already in and on the books. Their final rider. Now, I believe the plank just went down in the distance there, and that is 4. So Max Watchman doesn't affect the team, but he'll know what it means to him from a personal point of view, because it'll drop him back from 1.05 down to 5.05 on the individual scores there. But Ireland, who started the day in the gold medal position, will finish there as well, and they will finish on the mark they started with, 2.5 as a score for Ireland. Clear rounds have not been easy today. 76 have jumped, 13 have gone clear. Now, Joanna Schindler riding Katrina J. This is for the Swiss. Switzerland. Now, again, a team in the top 10 starting the day in 8th place. They will have to add 12 of the marks they have so far. But they're holding the 12 as a discard as well. Clear round might be enough to keep them in the top 10. It's the top 10 that go into the second round in the next day or so to compete for the medals. Well, that line became expensive because I'm pretty sure the back rails come off the triple bar as well. Unable to see it as the camera moves so quick, but going to the last, jumping that for the Swiss team there as their last to go. Joanna Schindler.
La chiusura di Joanna Schindler-Necht, 3 gli errori. 6 percorsi alla chiusura di quella che è la prova riservata al campionato d'Europa Young Rider 2023. A tornare in campo per l'Italia.
Next to go, important moment for the Italian team, who very much pushing on here on their score of 9.74 on 9th overnight. Coming in, they have a 1 and clear and an 8 so far. Giulio Mattielli is the last to go. Also their best individually placed rider, who finished in 12th place in that speed leg. So a key round here, because a clear round would only see 1 penalty added today, and it would move the Italians onto a mark of 10.74, which would then lift them above Belgium. They come back to this triple bar. pushing the horse on, now holding it. And the plank has gone. That will count, and that will make the difference between Italy moving into the medals today and perhaps not. So
Nazione azzurra chiude la sua prova oggi con 33 penalità
Giulia,
complessive. Questo è il risultato
unfortunately there
per Daikiri Denise
with
Zeta.
Kiri Denise.
And 33 is the result, but Italy has now 9, and the updated score 18.74.
So 9 is the score,
And the next four,
and that makes a total of 18 for today and yesterday combined, 18.74 for the Italian team. So that was not to be for Giulia Martinoli. Next to go is going to be Tala Kadris riding Chili Palma, riding as an individual for Turkey. So on course now for Turkey, coming down that combination here. It is that fence that falls as well. So that's the individual round from the rider for Turkey, who started today on a score of 4.59. 14 is the score today to go to 18.59.
Mancano 4 percorsi alla chiusura di questa gara.
Alice Alistic next to go, Ivy League. Hungarian rider here. And Hungary looking to finish their day off after what has been some difficult rounds for their team and has dropped them out of contention. I did wonder if the judges were going to ring the bell because they almost got to the other side, but it's a really unfortunate moment for Alice Salstitz here for
12th day score for Ivy League and Alice Alastic.
Well, 12 might be the score, but I'm not sure they finished yet. Now going down towards the end, jumps the plank as well. Well, nearly home. Time penalties, I would suspect, to add on. So Alice Alistic there and Ivy League.
7 il risultato della gara, Yves League. Con il fuoritempo sale a 19 il risultato finale per quanto riguarda i colori dell'Ungheria. Andiamo avanti con la Danimarca.
This is our next to go. It'll be Mariana Merklova for the Czech Republic.
Danimarca in sella Chandler.
And this, their individual rider. And we know the team already finished on a team score of 33.61. This is Departure S. First of the final 4 to jump. Finding it tough after the water, sadly for them. A couple of fences going down. Well, they finished their round there as an individual for the Czech Republic with those fences going down, so good recovery. They didn't have a very good day here the other day, so at least finishing the course. Leaving us 3 more to go. Denmark, Norway and Great Britain. And these are all important rounds in their own right. Denmark looking to try and hold on to a top 10 slot to ensure they get through. And Norway, who have had it a little bit more difficult today because of their 3 riders having to all count. And of course they had that big score from Hannah. Now though, it is Denmark. This is the key round from Maria Vershwetsku here with Chandler. The team aiming to move up. They started the day at 11th. They pushing their way now into the top 10, but they're holding on with an 8 as a discard at the moment. And that is a score they could well afford not to put onto their scorecard, because they are looking to try and make sure they stay in the 10. I think even with that fence going down, they'll still be okay. So that was the final rider out for the Danish team.
Arrivano I 9 complessivi nella chiusura della gara per Plech. Questo è il risultato del penultimo binomio di oggi.
So the last out there for Mara Bertrand there and Chandler. In fact, that was
Alexander McLean per la Gran Bretagna e
so we come in fact to the last. Alexander McLean and Gino F for Great Britain, and this, he's the first fence go down. I was about to say is an absolutely key round for the British to keep the pressure on Ireland. Great Britain though will finish now on a mark of 10.41 with that first fence going down, and it does mean that Great Britain have moved up over the course of this first team round from 5th place and now in a medaling position. They are now up into the team silver slot. But instead of just having less than a fence between them and the Irish are now going to be clear, because Great Britain will finish on a score of 10.41 today, because we know they're holding on to Ollie Fletcher's discard of a 4, which is why it becomes easy to work out with that first fence going down. Whatever happens next for this round from Alexander McLean and Gino F. Well, that goes as well to push the score on to 8. But finishing as strongly as they can in that anchor leg position for the British team. So it is, as I say, still good enough. As I say, Ollie Fletcher's 4 will count. Nicole Lockett-Anderson and Claudia Moore with the clears. And we should mention that Claudia ended up in second in the individual rankings today. Matilda Vollen for Sweden taking the top spot there. But it wraps things up in terms of team competition here today for the FEI European Championships here in Minore for 2023. The 10 top teams go forward, as we know, into the final round in the next day or two. Great Britain there, slotting in behind Ireland. Ireland absolutely dominant. They lead individually as well, because Rhys Williams has moved up individually into the gold medal slot for his performances. But the team today from Ireland, absolutely outstanding. Great Britain into the silver medal slot. Sweden moving up into the bronze medal slot. So Great Britain and Sweden, who were 5th and 6th coming in, have moved up to 2nd and 3rd. Belgium, who were looking to defend their title as well, in there as well.